Hello, my friend. The world of magic, filled with legends and ancient tales, is opening its gates once again. Tonight, in the Gryffindor dormitory by the crackling fireplace, I will share another story with my friends. Join us, for the magic is about to come alive. In the heart of a castle, hidden behind enchantments and highland mists, where owls swept through turrets and lanterns bobbed like fireflies, there came a little witch with eyes full of wonder. Her name was Elsie Greaves, and she was as new to magic as spring's first flower. She had arrived at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry with her trunk bumping behind her, and her wand, slightly crooked and made of ash, tucked into her pocket like a secret. A Muggle-born, she had never tasted pumpkin pasties before, or seen staircases that moved of their own accord. But more than anything, Elsie longed to belong, to be someone, to do something that mattered. She was sorted into Hufflepuff, and though her robes still felt stiff and her shoes pinched her toes, Elsie was happy. There were fireplaces that never burned out, common room chairs that sighed when you sat in them, and older students who lent her quills when hers went missing. But what Elsie loved most was the castle itself, the corridors that led to nowhere, the paintings that talked when they thought no one was listening, the secrets waiting beneath, centuries of stone and spellwork. It was on one such secret hunting wander, on a Saturday just after breakfast, that Elsie found the mirror. She had been following a cat. Not Mrs. Norris, but a black and white Tom with bright, wicked eyes that had taken a liking to her ever since she offered him half her sausage roll. The cat led her down a spiraling side stair, past a tapestry of trolls playing bagpipes, and into a passage she had never seen before. The air here was cooler, older, and smelled faintly of mildew and peppermint. No torches flickered on the walls, only moonlight filtered in from a single slanted window at the far end. The mirror stood tall and forgotten, propped against the stones like an old memory. It was rimmed with tarnished silver and etched with ivy patterns that twisted and twined, half swallowed by dust. A heavy green curtain hung beside it, rotted and faded. No frame of gold, no lions or serpents, just a quiet, eerie thing that reflected the corridor behind her, dim and still. But as Elsie stepped closer, the mirror changed. It shimmered, flickered. The reflection wavered like pond water. And then it spoke. "Hello." The voice was soft and lilting, like wind brushing through long grass. Elsie jumped back, her heart hammering. "Well, who's there?" she asked, clutching her wand, though it was hardly more than a stick in her hand. The mirror pulsed with silver light. A girl's face appeared, pale, with wide gray eyes and hair like braided snow. She was young, not much older than Elsie, and her expression was gentle, almost pleading. "My name is Moira," said the girl in the mirror. "Please don't be frightened." Elsie blinked, unsure if she should run or bow or try a spell. "Are you a ghost?" Moira tilted her head. "I suppose I am. Of a sort." The cat rubbed against Elsie's leg, purring. That small, warm pressure gave her courage. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I'm not like the others, Nearly Headless Nick or the Grey Lady," Moira said. "I was trapped a long time ago, caught inside this mirror by a curse." "A curse?" Moira nodded slowly. "I didn't mean to break the rules. I didn't mean to upset anyone. but someone used dark magic, and now I've been here for over 100 years. Elsie felt her throat tighten. There was something very sad in Moira's voice, something lonely. Can't the professors help? They've forgotten me. The mirror was hidden, sealed away. Only someone young, someone new, could find me again. Moira reached out with a translucent hand that shimmered just shy of the surface. You can help me, Elsie. The little witch stepped back. How do you know my name? Moira's lips curved into a faint smile. Magic remembers, even when people forget. For a moment, neither of them spoke. A draft moaned through the stones. The cat sat beside the mirror, tail flicking. Elsie frowned. I want to help, but I don't know how. You're clever, Moira said. You'll find a way. Ask the portraits. Look in the library. There's a book, Hexes of Binding and Beyond. It has the spell that trapped me. A thrill ran through Elsie's chest. Excitement, fear, wonder all tangled together. All right, she whispered. I'll look. As she turned to leave, Moira called softly after her. Be careful, Elsie Greaves. Not everyone wants the truth set free. That night, Elsie lay awake beneath her patchwork Hufflepuff quilt, staring at the ceiling, charmed to reflect the stars outside. The cat was nowhere to be seen, and the mirror's voice still echoed in her ears. A ghost in the mirror, a spell from the past, and a girl who might be more than she seemed. Elsie didn't know what she had stumbled into, but she was going to find out. No matter what. The next morning dawned gray and low, with clouds slouched heavily over the hills beyond the lake. The great hall was quieter than usual, as if even the chatter of breakfast could not quite push back the chill that hung in the air. Elsie Greaves sat at the Hufflepuff table with a plate of scrambled eggs, untouched, before her. A copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, open in her lap. Though she hadn't turned the page in 10 minutes, Moira's voice still echoed in her mind. You can help me, Elsie. The words had lingered like a charm gone half-cast, unsettling and whisper-thin. She glanced around at the other tables. The Ravenclaws were poring over books, as always, and the Gryffindors looked half asleep over their porridge bowls. Professor Sprout passed behind her, greeting students with her usual muddy-laced cheer, and Elsie straightened quickly, sliding the book under the table. She didn't know why she felt like hiding it, only that the ghost in the mirror had asked her to be cautious, and something about it all made her heart beat faster in her chest. After breakfast, she slipped away before her first class. She had herbology at 9, but there was time, for barely, to visit the library. If Hexes of Binding and Beyond existed, it would be there. The Hogwarts library was a forest of shelves and shadows, the high windows casting long beams of golden light across ancient tomes and whispering students. Elsie had always found comfort in its stillness, but today her feet felt too loud against the floor, every creak of wood and flutter of pages reminding her she wasn't meant to be here yet. She tiptoed past the charms section and into the restricted section, not through the main aisle, of course, but through a narrow gap between shelves where an old suit of armor stood crooked and unloved. It was only a trick of dust and arrangement, but if one knew where to duck and when to hold their breath, the barrier could be slipped. Elsie had discovered it by accident during her second week and had kept it a secret ever since. Inside, the air was different, denser, as if weighed down by centuries of knowledge and the remnants of spells long unspoken. The books here whispered in their sleep. Some growled softly. A few gave off a faint scent of brimstone or rose petals. She ran her fingers along the spines, searching. Titles leapt out at her. The Curses That Endured, Whispers from the Wandless, a compendium of unbreakable oaths. Her eyes landed at last on a narrow black volume, the silver lettering faded to gray. Hexes of Binding and Beyond. It was thinner than she expected. She slid it out gently, careful not to rouse the other books. The cover tingled beneath her fingers, as though some charm still clung to the leather. Settling onto a low stool between the shelves, she opened it. The first few pages were ordinary enough. An introduction on the ethical use of restraining hexes, warnings about misuse, a diagram of wand movement. But then she reached a page halfway through, where the ink darkened and the handwriting changed. The script was older, jagged in places, with notations in the margins. One spell was circled heavily, the ink scorched a little into the page. The title read, Vinculum Specularis. Elsie traced the words with her fingertip. Mirror binding. According to the page, it was a rare and dangerous form of magical imprisonment, used to trap spirits within reflective surfaces, most commonly cast by those fearing betrayal or retribution. The spell was known to preserve the subject's consciousness while locking them outside time, unable to age, unable to pass on. In theory, it could be reversed, but the counterspell required ingredients not commonly found in a student's cupboard: moonstone dust, a silver thread wand, and, most disturbingly, truth freely given. She closed the book slowly, her heart thudding. The pieces were coming together, but they raised more questions than they answered. Who had bound Moira in the mirror? Why? And why had she been forgotten for so long? The bell rang distantly through the stone walls. Elsie stood, tucking the book under her robes, and retraced her steps with careful haste. As she passed the history section, she caught sight of a painting hanging crooked on the wall above. A group of witches and wizards standing solemnly beneath a silver tapestry. A plaque beneath it read, Faculty of Hogwarts, 1883. The face at the far right made her stop. The girl in the painting had pale braided hair and a pointed chin. Moira. Elsie didn't linger. Her thoughts swirled as she darted back through the secret path, barely making it out before Madame Pince rounded the corner, muttering about loose pages and wretched children with jam-sticky hands. She made it to herbology, breathless and mud-stained from a detour through the courtyard. Professor Sprout gave her a mildly suspicious look, but said nothing as she handed Elsie a pair of dragon-hide gloves and pointed toward the Snargaluff pods. Elsie moved through the class like a ghost herself, her hands doing what they were told while her mind spun with mirror-bound spirits and old curses. She couldn't shake the image of that girl, Moira, trapped behind silver glass for over a century. That evening, when the castle had quieted and the fire in the Hufflepuff common room burned low, Elsie slipped away again. The black and white cat met her at the top of the staircase, tail twitching as if it had known she would return. They descended together into the forgotten corridor, the torch sconces cold and empty, the air holding its breath. The mirror was waiting. Moira appeared the moment Elsie stepped near, her face lighting up. "You found something," the ghost whispered. Elsie nodded, pulling out the book. "Vinculum specularis," she said quietly. "You were trapped with a mirror-binding hex." Moira's smile faded. "I thought it might be that. But no one would tell me. No one would look." Elsie hesitated. "Why? Why did someone cast it on you?" There was a pause, long enough that Elsie could hear her own heartbeat. "I uncovered something," Moira said finally. "Something I shouldn't have seen, secrets hidden by powerful people. I tried to speak out, and they silenced me. I was only 14, Elsie swallowed. "That's awful." The mirror flickered, Moira's image trembling for a moment like a disturbed reflection. "Elsie, you must understand. If you break the spell, you must do it completely. There can be no half attempts. If you begin and fail, I may be lost forever." Elsie's grip tightened on the book. "I'll do it properly," she said. "I promise." Moira leaned forward, her face just behind the glass. "Then hurry, little witch, before someone notices, before they come for you too." And for the first time, Elsie saw something else flicker behind Moira's eyes. Not fear, not sorrow, something colder, sharper. But it vanished before she could place it. She left the corridor with the spell pressed to her heart and 1,000 questions in her mind. The adventure had begun. Over the next few days, Elsie found herself drifting through her classes like a leaf caught in the current, her thoughts never far from the mirror and the girl inside it. Professor Flitwick's cheerful squeaks on the theory of levitation charms passed by like birdsong in a dream, and even the excitement of a Care of Magical Creatures lesson, where a pair of fourth years narrowly avoided being sprayed by a particularly ill-tempered Scroot, failed to stir her from her inward gaze. She kept the book hidden in her satchel, wrapped in a scarf and tucked behind her other textbooks. When she could, she reread the chapter on Vinculum Specularis, memorizing the wand movements and the ingredients needed for the reversal. Moonstone dust could perhaps be borrowed from the potion storeroom. A silver thread wand was harder. Hers was only ash and unicorn hair, nothing special. And as for truth freely given, well, that was still a mystery. The book gave no further details, and Elsie had no idea how such a thing might be measured or summoned. It was during her second trip to the restricted section that she nearly got caught. She had waited until just after supper, slipping away from the Hufflepuff common room while the older students argued over a game of exploding snap. The suit of armor let her pass with a wheeze and a creak, and soon she was back in the musty silence of the forbidden shelves. This time, she wasn't searching for spells. She was looking for history. If Moira had truly been a student at Hogwarts over 100 years ago, there had to be some record of her. School rosters, disciplinary records, perhaps even something in the Daily Prophet archives. She scanned the rows quickly, pulling down a slim green volume titled Hogwarts, a compendium of students, 1-800-1900. Its spine cracked with age as she opened it. There she was, Moira Deleth Fairborn, born 1870, sorted into Ravenclaw, noted for skill in charms and ancient runes, disappeared 1884, believed to have run away from school, no body ever found, case closed by the Board of Governors in 1885. Elsie's breath caught. So it had all been true. Moira had lived, had studied in the castle's same stone halls, read the same spells, walked the same corridors, and then she had vanished, or rather been silenced. The pages felt heavier now, the silence of the library deeper. She closed the book with trembling fingers and was about to replace it when a voice, sharp and sudden, made her jump. Miss Greaves, she whirled, the book nearly tumbling from her hands. There, standing in the shadowed entrance to the restricted section, was Madame Pince. Her spectacles glittered, and her mouth was pinched so tightly it looked like she had swallowed something sour. Elsie swallowed. I was just... You were just in a place you most certainly do not belong. The librarian's voice was not loud, but it had a cutting edge that made Elsie's ears burn. Out. Now. There was no use arguing. She followed Madame Pince from the restricted section, trying not to glance over her shoulder at the books that seemed to watch her go. To her surprise, Madame Pince did not deduct house points. She simply returned to her desk with a warning that if she caught Elsie again, she would speak directly to Headmistress McGonagall. Elsie murmured an apology and fled before the librarian could change her mind. That night, back in her dormitory, Elsie stared up at the ceiling and clutched her pillow to her chest. Her roommates were asleep, their breaths soft and even. But Elsie lay wide-eyed. She was getting close to the truth. She could feel it, but someone or something didn't want her to reach it. The next morning, a strange thing happened. When she awoke and pulled back the curtains of her 4-poster bed, she found a package lying on the floor at the foot. It was small and square, wrapped in old parchment and tied with a strand of silvery thread. No note, no name, only the scent of cold metal and wood smoke. Inside was a wand. Not just any wand, a slender length of willow, pale and smooth, with a spiral of silver filigree running down its handle. It shimmered faintly in the morning light. Elsie touched it, and a spark of warmth ran up her fingers to her shoulder, as though the wand had been waiting for her. Her breath caught. A silver thread wand. She looked around, but no one else had stirred. Whoever had sent it had done so in secret. Was it Moira? Had the ghost somehow found a way to help her? Or was someone else watching her progress, aiding her from the shadows? She tucked the wand into her pocket and resolved to keep it hidden. If Madame Pince was already suspicious, she couldn't afford to give anyone more reason to question her. After classes that day, she made one last stop, Professor Binns. The ghostly history of magic teacher was a fixture of Hogwarts, drifting through lessons with all the passion of a half-stirred porridge pot. But Elsie had a feeling that if anyone knew about a ghost bound to a mirror, it would be him. She waited until the end of class, letting the other students shuffle out with their notes and yawns, then approached the front of the room. "Professor Binns," she said politely. The ghost looked up from his notes, his transparent form flickering slightly. "Miss Greaves, is it?" "Yes, sir." "I was wondering if you knew anything about a student named Moira Fairborn, from the late 1800s. Binns blinked slowly. "Fairborn. Ravenclaw, I believe. Gifted in runes. Vanished. Sad business. Runaway, they said. Of course, there were always rumors." What kind of rumors? Oh, that she uncovered something she ought not have, secrets buried in the castle's past. But that was all nonsense, of course, old stories, whispers. He waved a ghostly hand dismissively. Pay it no mind. But could someone really trap a spirit in a mirror? Vince froze for half a second longer than usual. Then, in a softer voice, he said, "It's not unheard of. Forbidden, of course, but magic is like the sea. It hides what it does not wish to be found." Elsie nodded slowly. "Thank you, Professor." She left the classroom with the weight of confirmation pressing down on her shoulders. The truth was no longer some fanciful tale. It was real. Moira had been trapped. And now, perhaps, she could be freed. But somewhere in the castle, someone else remembered too. And they were watching. Elsie's steps quickened as she made her way back toward the forgotten corridor. It was well past twilight, the castle steeped in that strange stillness that settled over the halls when most students were curled up near common room fires, and the professors had withdrawn to their studies. Outside the narrow windows, the wind teased the high turrets, and the clouds passed over the moon like a herd of silver sheep. She clutched the wand in her pocket, the silver filigree catching faintly on the wool of her robes. She hadn't dared use it yet, though the warmth it gave her palm was reassuring. Alive, almost. She had considered showing it to a teacher, perhaps even Professor Flitwick, but something inside her, whether instinct or warning, kept her quiet. This was no ordinary wand, and the secrecy surrounding its arrival had been no accident. When she reached the corridor where the mirror waited, the black and white cat was already there. It sat directly in front of the glass, tail curled around its paws, eyes gleaming like coins in the dark. It blinked slowly when it saw her, then turned to the mirror as if it had been guarding it in her absence. Moira appeared almost instantly. Her face, pale as bone china, pressed close to the surface of the glass, her eyes wide with hope and something sharper beneath. "You've returned," she whispered, her voice fogging faintly on the inside of the mirror. Elsie nodded and pulled out the spell book, flipping to the bookmarked page where Vinculum Specularis was written in heavy dark ink. "I found the spell and I have the wand," she said. "But there are things I still don't understand. The book said I need truth freely given. I don't know what that means." Moira's gaze dropped, and for a moment her face seemed older, weighed by something invisible. "It means a confession, a truth from the heart, spoken without coercion or spell, one that means something, but whose truth, yours or mine." "The caster's truth," said Moira, "yours." Elsie felt her stomach twist. "But what if I have nothing important to confess?" "You do," Moira replied gently. "We all do. The spell only responds to something that matters, something real." Elsie looked down at the wand, then back to the ghostly girl beyond the glass. "Then we'll try. Tomorrow night, I need to gather the moonstone dust." "Be careful," Moira said again, her tone lower now, more urgent. "There are eyes watching, whispers in the shadows. Not everyone wishes me to be free." Elsie's mouth went dry. "Who?" Moira didn't answer. Her image shimmered and faded until the mirror showed only the corridor behind Elsie, quiet and cold. The next morning, Elsie slipped away during breakfast and made for the potions classroom. Professor Slughorn wasn't due until midday, and if she moved quickly, she could enter the storeroom without being noticed. She had memorized the layout from her first week. Moonstone was kept in a long wooden box on the second shelf, to the right of the door. The corridor outside the dungeons was damp and echoing. Water dripped somewhere behind the walls, and the flagstones felt colder here, as if the sunlight never reached this deep into the castle's bones. She crept past the classroom door and tugged gently on the latch to the storeroom. To her relief, it opened with only a faint creak. Inside, the shelves loomed tall, packed with jars and bottles of every imaginable shape, some containing floating roots or murky fluids, others glowing faintly with their own strange light. The air smelled of dried thyme and something vaguely metallic. She found the moonstone box where she expected, tucked behind a jar of salamander scales. The lid was stiff, but it opened to reveal a line of glittering powder, pale as snow. She took only a pinch, wrapping it in parchment and slipping it into her bag. As she turned to leave, her eyes flicked to a shelf just above the door. A small, empty vial sat there, but written on its label in spidery ink were 3 words that made her breath catch: binding mirror residue. She stared at it, heart pounding. Why would such a thing be kept here? Was it from Moira's mirror, or another? She had always thought Moira's story was a singular tragedy, but this hinted at something wider, more deliberate. Could there have been others? Before she could dwell further, a voice rang out, sharp and commanding. "Step away from that shelf, Miss Greaves." She froze. Slowly, she turned. Professor Snatchley, a tall, hawk-nosed witch with a fondness for rules and a voice like cold steel, stood in the doorway. She taught magical theory and was known for sniffing out trouble the way a Kneasel sniffed out lies. Elsie lowered her hand. I was looking for moonstone dust for an extra credit project." The professor raised a skeptical brow. "Moonstone is not permitted without supervision, nor is entering the storeroom without express permission." "I'm sorry," Elsie mumbled. "I didn't mean to." "Return to your house at once, and consider this your final warning. The next time I catch you poking your nose where it doesn't belong, I shall write to your parents myself." Elsie nodded quickly, clutching her bag, and fled before Snatchley could question her further. Her hands were shaking by the time she reached the first floor, and the pinch of moonstone in her pocket felt like a weight of guilt and fear. That night, she stood once more before the mirror. Moira was waiting, her face pale in the dim light. Her fingers pressed to the inside of the glass. "Do you have everything?" she asked. Elsie nodded. "The wand, the spell, the moonstone, but I still don't know what truth I'm meant to give." Moira's expression softened. "Think of the one thing you've never told anyone, the thing that scares you most to say aloud." Elsie hesitated. Then she stepped back, raised the silver thread wand, and began to speak the incantation. Her voice trembled, but the words rose like heat from a fire. As she reached the end of the spell, the mirror glowed softly, and the surface began to shimmer like water under moonlight. And then her voice faltered. The truth remained unsaid. Elsie closed her eyes took a breath, and spoke. I'm afraid I'll never be enough, that no matter how hard I try, I'll always be just the girl from the ordinary family, pretending to belong in a world that never wanted me. The words hung in the air like mist. Then the mirror flared, bright, blinding, and Moira reached out, her hand piercing the surface for the first time. But she did not step through. She smiled, sharp and strange, and whispered, "Thank you, Elsie," and vanished. The mirror went dark. Elsie staggered back, the wand falling from her fingers. The corridor was silent once more, the mirror now showing nothing but her own reflection. Wide-eyed, pale, alone, Moira was gone, but whether she had been freed or had escaped, Elsie did not yet know. The next morning the castle seemed colder, not in the way of weather, though the November winds howled over the battlements and rain tapped at the windows like impatient fingertips, but in the way of atmosphere, as if something ancient had stirred beneath the floorstones and was now awake, watching. Elsie noticed it first in the corridors, where once the portraits nodded cheerfully or gossiped about first years, they now whispered among themselves in low, furtive tones and glanced away whenever she passed. Even the staircases, which usually moved with a sort of mischievous whim, turned slow and cautious, groaning beneath her feet. Moira was gone, that much was certain. The mirror had returned to silence. No flicker of pale hands or mournful eyes, just a slab of silver glass framed in ivy and dust, reflecting the hallway and nothing more. And yet, Elsie could not feel relief. Something had shifted in the moment the spell had ended, something deep and unsettling, like the turning of a great hidden gear. She kept her head down that day, moving from class to class with the numb efficiency of someone who had run a race in the dark and wasn't sure whether they had crossed the finish line or stumbled off a cliff. Her mind replayed Moira's final smile over and over, a smile that had seemed not grateful, but triumphant. That evening, after a quiet supper, during which she barely touched her shepherd's pie, Elsie lingered at the Hufflepuff table while the others trickled out. Her friend Nora gave her a puzzled look, then left her in peace, sensing perhaps that something had gone wrong, but not knowing how to ask. When Elsie finally rose and left the great hall, she had no destination in mind. Her legs carried her through the halls out of habit rather than purpose, past the suits of armor, past the trick wall near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. She was just passing the third-floor corridor, one usually blocked off by a statue of a centaur, when she noticed it. The statue had moved. The great stone centaur, usually frozen mid-stride with a bow raised, now stood with its head turned, as though watching something down the darkened hall. Elsie hesitated, then stepped past it. The corridor beyond was unfamiliar, not forgotten, but old, as though it had simply fallen out of use. The floor was uneven, the torches unlit. At the far end stood a door, oak and iron bound, half open. Inside was a small room, a study, perhaps, or a classroom from another era. Shelves lined the walls, empty of books but thick with dust. A desk stood at the center, its drawers pulled halfway open, parchment spilling across its surface. But it was the painting above the desk that drew her breath. Moira, not as a ghost, nor even as a student, but seated in a high-backed chair, robed in dark blue, her hair braided in silver cords, her expression calm and commanding. The placard beneath read, Moira Fairborn, Department of Enchantments, 18891902. Elsie stepped closer, heart pounding. The dates didn't make sense. Moira had disappeared in 1884, according to the library records. How could she have held a position in the ministry just 5 years later? The painted Moira turned her head, slowly, and looked directly at her. Elsie gasped. The eyes were the same, cold and clever. But the warmth, the vulnerability she had seen in the mirror, was gone, replaced by something harder, something ancient. You set me free, the painting said softly, as I knew you would. Elsie backed away. You said you were trapped, that they cursed you. I was. Moira's voice echoed faintly, not just from the painting but from the very stones of the room. But not by cruel teachers or jealous peers. I was bound because I knew what lay buried beneath this castle, because I refused to let them bury it with me. What lies beneath? Elsie asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Moira's painted smile widened. Hogwarts has always guarded secrets, child. But not all of them are its own. Some were brought here long ago, by founders who had no right to wield them. You tricked me, Elsie said, stepping back until her heel knocked against the desk. You used me to escape. I guided you, Moira corrected, serene as snowfall. I did not lie. Everything I told you was true. But truth can have many faces. Elsie turned to flee, but the door slammed shut behind her with a shudder that rattled the shelves. The torches in the corners sprang to life, their flames flickering green. You have a choice, Moira said. Walk away, forget this, and return to your warm bed and soft books. Or help me restore what was lost, before the old magic rises again and devours those too foolish to understand it. Elsie stood frozen, her thoughts spinning. Everything she had done, the rule-breaking, the stolen spellbook, the confession whispered to the mirror, it had all led to this. But what was this? Some hidden war? A buried truth? Or something worse? She forced herself to speak. Why me? Because you are curious, Moira said. Because you ask questions others won't. And because, like me, you don't quite belong. Elsie felt the words strike deep. They were true, and yet they frightened her. I need time, she said finally, to think. Moira inclined her head. You have until the full moon. After that, doors will close. The torches died, and the door behind her creaked open once more. Elsie fled into the corridor, the cold air rushing against her face as she ran. She didn't stop until she reached the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, panting and pale, the password clumsy on her lips. That night, she dreamt of mirrors that bled silver, of staircases twisting like serpents, and of Moira standing at the edge of the forbidden forest, calling her name beneath a blood-red moon. The days that followed passed in a blur of half-heard lectures and scribbled notes that made little sense when Elsie read them back. Her quill trembled in her hand during charms, and her cauldron nearly exploded in potions when she added stewed mandrake before the mistletoe berries. Professor Slughorn tutted gently and advised more sleep, But Elsie could not rest. Moira's voice haunted her like an enchantment that would not break, whispering truths that refused to be buried beneath ordinary life. Outside, the castle grounds grew ever more cloaked in frost. The lake had begun to harden at its edges, and the whomping willow creaked with icy limbs. Inside, the fires burned warm and bright, but none of it could thaw the chill that had settled into Elsie's chest. Every corridor seemed to bend strangely now, every painting's glance lingered a moment too long, and even the house elves in the kitchens whispered behind their hands when she passed through, on her way to fetch tea late at night. She had not returned to the mirror. She had not dared. Instead, she read. She poured herself into every book she could find about Hogwarts' earliest years, its founders, its secrets, its forbidden magics. She searched through dusty volumes with warped covers and brittle pages, and in one particularly ancient tome, she found a mention that turned her blood cold. Fairborn, Moira Deleth, apprentice to Cassandra Velright, former High Enchantress of the Department of Ancestral Magics, accused of practicing mirrorcraft beyond sanctioned scope, vanished from records following inquiry into the hollow binding. There was no explanation of what the hollow binding was, only a footnote and a faded warning that the practice had been outlawed in 1883 by special decree from the Wizengamot. The book made no mention of what the binding actually did, only that it had been unstable, unnatural, and irreversible once broken. The words thudded in her chest like the beat of a drum. Moira had not simply been a student. She had been studying ancient magics, possibly even trying to wield them. Elsie wanted to believe Moira had good intentions. She wanted to believe the girl in the mirror had been kind and afraid and only wanted justice. But the smile from the portrait and the green firelight in that secret room made her doubt. There had been something else in Moira's eyes. Not gratitude, not peace, purpose. The full moon was approaching. The night sky grew clearer each evening, stars sharpening like pinpricks in a great velvet curtain. Elsie felt the weight of Moira's warning in every footstep, every page turned. Doors would close, the ghost had said, but what kind of doors? And where would they lead? One evening, as she sat alone by the Hufflepuff hearth, Nora plopped down beside her, arms full of parchment and quills. "You've been awfully quiet," she said, blowing hair from her face. "Not that you were ever loud, but still. Is something wrong?" Elsie hesitated. For weeks, she had carried everything alone, and it had carved something hollow in her. She looked at her friend, who had once stood up for her when a Slytherin called her a mudblood, who had shared every chocolate frog since their first train ride, and felt a surge of guilt. "I found a mirror," she said at last, softly, "and someone was trapped inside it." Nora blinked, then sat very still. "Like a ghost?" "Yes. Her name was Moira. I helped her escape. I thought she had been cursed unfairly, but now I think she might have wanted me to free her for something else. Something dangerous." Nora didn't scoff or laugh, as Elsie had feared. She only leaned in closer. "What kind of dangerous?" "I don't know yet, but she spoke about magic buried deep, older than Hogwarts, and she said the founders had hidden things. I found her name in a painting. She didn't vanish. she worked for the ministry. She lied to me, Nora. Then we figure out what she's planning, said Nora firmly, her voice fierce and low. You're not going through this alone. They stayed up late into the night, poring over everything Elsie had gathered. Notes, maps of the castle, even the wrinkled parchment with moonstone dust clinging to its corner. Nora pointed out something Elsie had missed. A small symbol scrawled in the margin of Vinculum Specularis. A triangle formed of 3 mirrors. Beneath it, a single word. Hologate. Neither of them had ever seen it before, and the library yielded nothing under that name, but it sounded like a place, or a threshold, perhaps even a spell. Whatever it was, Moira wanted it opened. And the mirror had only been the first law. The following day they sought out nearly headless Nick. The Gryffindor ghost was fluttering about near the tapestry of Lachlan the Lanky, humming to himself as he drifted back and forth. Sir Nicholas, Elsie said, stepping forward with Nora behind her, may we ask you something about mirror-bound spirits? The ghost straightened his ruff with ghostly fingers and nodded. Of course, Miss Greaves, though I must warn you. Ghosts trapped in objects are not quite the same as those of us who wander freely. Mirror spirits tend to be remnants. Remnants? Nora asked. Fragments, echoes, Nick explained. Not always full souls, sometimes the result of failed enchantments or powerful regrets, but rarely trustworthy, I'm afraid. Especially those bound to ancient glass. That sort of mirror holds things tighter than time itself. Elsie exchanged a glance with Nora. If such a spirit escaped, she asked slowly, could it become whole again? Nick hesitated. It's been attempted, but reconstitution of a bound soul requires vast power and purpose. Most fade. Some change. You've not been meddling in cursed mirrors, have you? Just curious, Nora said quickly and tugged Elsie away before more questions could be asked. That evening, as the sun bled out behind the mountains, Elsie found herself standing before the mirror once more. It was empty now, lifeless, the silver dull as pewter. The cat was gone. The air was colder than she remembered. She touched the glass. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a voice whispered behind her ear. Not Moira's, but deeper, older. Offer your awakens. She spun around, but no one was there. The torch in the wall guttered, and somewhere far beneath the castle, something shifted in the dark. In the early hours of the next morning, before the sun had properly climbed over the Scottish hills and the frost still clung to the windows in delicate webs, Elsie sat at the long Hufflepuff table with a single piece of parchment before her. The great hall was nearly empty, save for a sleepy pair of Ravenclaws whispering over a stack of arithmancy charts, and a few owls fluttering in and out of the rafters. Her quill tapped against the parchment, leaving dots of ink where words refused to come. It was meant to be an essay on magical plant hybrids, but her thoughts were tangled elsewhere. Around a word that had never been mentioned in any of her classes, not once in her textbook. Hologate. No professor had spoken it aloud. No painting had acknowledged it. The library's vast shelves had yielded not even a whisper of it, as if the castle itself had chosen to forget. And yet, the mirror knew. Moira had known. The voice behind her in the corridor had spoken it with certainty, as if it had been waiting for her to hear. Nora arrived soon after, clutching 2 mugs of hot cocoa and a copy of Hogwarts: A History, which she dropped beside the parchment with a hopeful thud. "He checked every index," she muttered, blowing on her drink. "No Holligate, no mirror hexes, no Moira Fairborn. The castle's history's been scrubbed cleaner than Filch's mop bucket." Elsie frowned. "But it can't all be erased. Someone must remember. Someone older than the ghosts. You're thinking of the castle itself?" "No," said Elsie, sitting up straighter. "Older even than that." The idea had been floating in her mind like a half-formed spell. She hadn't voiced it until now because it sounded mad. But in a school where portraits talked and staircases danced, perhaps madness was only another word for possibility. "And the forest," she whispered. Nora stared. "The Forbidden Forest? Are you serious?" "It's ancient," said Elsie, a growing certainty in her voice. "Older than the castle. It's seen everything. If there's a secret no one wants us to find, maybe the forest still remembers." "You mean to go in there?" Nora asked, incredulous. "Elsie, even 7th years aren't allowed, and there are things in the forest that—" "I know," she interrupted, "but I don't think we have a choice." That night, under a sky thick with stars and an icy wind that carried the scent of pine and hidden things, the 2 girls slipped from the castle. They waited until the common room had emptied, crept through the kitchens where the house elves were dozing in hammocks of tea towels, and climbed through a narrow window behind the greenhouse. From there, it was a straight path to the edge of the forest, though it had never felt longer. The trees loomed tall and skeletal, their branches clattering softly in the breeze like old bones. The moon, now nearly full, hung above like a watching eye. At the forest's edge, Elsie hesitated. "Still want to turn back?" she asked. Nora shook her head and drew her wand. "I've already come this far. Let's find your ghost." The forest swallowed them. At first the path was clear, worn smooth by centuries of daring feet and patrolling centaurs. The moonlight pierced the branches in narrow shafts, painting the underbrush in silver. They walked in silence, alert to every sound, the snap of twigs, the flutter of unseen wings, the far-off grunt of something large and possibly asleep. After what felt like an hour, the path narrowed, then vanished altogether. Trees leaned close, moss thickened, and the air grew damp and heavy. A cluster of toadstools glowed faintly to their left, and Elsie marked them carefully. They had passed no such thing before. The deeper they went, the stranger the forest became. Shapes twisted in the underbrush. Whispers echoed through the branches. Nora stepped closer to her. "We should mark our way back," she murmured. Elsie nodded, drawing her wand and scratching a small cross into the bark of a nearby tree. As she did, a low rustle came from behind them. They spun, nothing moved, and then a voice, not spoken but felt, pressed against the mind like a chill breath. "Who seeks the hollow gate?" Elsie's heart stilled. She turned slowly. Between 2 trees, where no gap had been before, stood an archway, not made of stone or wood, but of woven branches and moonlight, glimmering with dew. It shimmered faintly, as if breathing. The forest had answered. "We do," Elsie said, her voice unsteady. I need to know what Moira Fairborn found, what she wanted to release. The arch pulsed with light. Beyond it, the darkness was deeper, more silent than the rest of the forest. Nora reached for her hand. "Are you sure?" "No," Elsie whispered. "But we've come this far." Together they stepped through. At once the air changed. The sound of the wind vanished. The trees bent outward, forming a clearing bathed in a silver glow. At its center stood a stone plinth, cracked and overgrown with ivy. Resting upon it was a mirror, not Moira's but older. Its surface was dulled, its frame inscribed with runes that pulsed faintly with green light. The symbol from Elsie's spell book, 3 mirrors forming a triangle, was etched at the top, the hollow gate. Nora stepped back. "This is what she wanted you to find." Elsie moved toward it, the ground soft beneath her feet. She reached out. The mirror's surface rippled like disturbed water. And then it spoke. Not in a single voice, but in many, layered, distant, and terrible. You opened one gate. Now the others stir. One truth has been given. 2 remain. Elsie drew her hand back, her pulse roaring in her ears. "What does it mean?" she breathed. "I don't know," said Nora, eyes wide. "But this wasn't meant to be found." And somewhere behind them, from the arch through which they had come, footsteps approached, not heavy but deliberate. A figure moved between the trees. Moira. Not in ghostly form, not a shadow on the glass, but in the flesh, her eyes alight with something fierce and ancient. "I knew you'd come," she said, stepping into the clearing. "And now the hollow gate is open." The mirror blazed, and the forest held its breath. Moira stepped into the circle of silver light as though it belonged to her. Her robes, no longer the schoolgirl garb Elsie remembered from the mirror, were deep indigo and trimmed in runes that shimmered faintly with movement, as if they had been inked with stars. Her hair, bound in a single long braid, looked like pale flame in the moonlight, but it was her eyes that drew Elsie's breath. The same sharp gray, but no longer pleading, no longer sad. They were steady, cold, and ancient, the gaze of someone who had waited far too long to be underestimated again. "You're real," Elsie whispered, her wand slipping slightly in her fingers. "You're alive." "In a manner of speaking," said Moira, her voice clear and melodic, cutting through the stillness like a blade through silk. "The mirror did not bind my body. It sealed a part of me, a fragment too dangerous to be left wandering the world. But now, thanks to you, I am whole." Nora moved between Elsie and the plinth, wand raised. "You used her. You lied." "I never lied," Moira said calmly. "I told her what she needed to know. That I was trapped. That I had been forgotten. That I needed help, and help she gave me. You said you were cursed for uncovering secrets," Elsie said, struggling to keep the tremble from her voice. "But you didn't tell me you were the one who cast the first binding." Moira's smile did not falter. "Would you have helped me if I had?" "I don't know," Elsie said honestly. The older witch tilted her head. "Then perhaps it's best that I left that part out. Not every story reveals its true ending at the beginning, Elsie grieves. You, of all people, should understand that. Nora took a step forward. What do you want? Why bring us here? Because the Hologate cannot be opened by me alone, Moira replied. It requires three truths given freely, 3 hearts unclouded by the politics of power. When I was sealed, I gave the first. You, Elsie, have given the second. Elsie's thoughts spun. Then who gives the third? Moira's smile widened, though there was no warmth in it. You will. We already gave ours, said Nora, her wand still level. You can't force us to say anything else. I don't need to force you, Moira replied. The Hologate does that for me. It calls out to the unspoken, to the buried truths that fester in silence. You will speak because you must. The mirror behind them began to hum, a low, resonant note that seemed to vibrate beneath the soil and stir the roots of the forest. Light danced across its surface and the runes around the frame glowed brighter, the symbol at the top pulsing like a heartbeat. Elsie felt something tighten in her chest, a pressure, not physical, but emotional, as though her thoughts were being turned outward, her memories laid bare for the wind to read. She glanced at Nora and saw the other girl's eyes widen in panic. Nora, she said quickly, reaching out. Don't listen to her. We can fight this. We can turn back. But Nora was shaking now, her lips parted, her eyes locked on the mirror. Never told anyone, she whispered. Not even my mom. I said I wanted to come to Hogwarts, but I was afraid I'd fail. Afraid I'd be nothing but worse. I was afraid of magic, afraid it would change me into someone I didn't recognize. The mirror flared white, and a strand of light rose from Nora's chest, winding like smoke toward the arch of the gate. Elsie cried out, but Moira only nodded. The third truth, given freely. You tricked her, Elsie shouted. Moira's tone remained smooth. She spoke what was already there. I did not pull it from her. The Hologate only reflects what the heart conceals. The runes blazed in unison, and the air grew hot. The forest seemed to bend inward, drawn toward the clearing. Trees leaned, shadows deepened, and above them the sky darkened unnaturally as clouds rushed in from every direction. Elsie gripped her wand tightly, her voice rising. You said the gate was sealed to keep something hidden. What is it? What are you trying to bring back? Not something, said Moira. Someone. The mirror split down the middle with a hiss of steam, parting like a curtain. Behind it, a space opened, a void of shifting darkness. Stars spiraling inward, as if the sky itself had been folded into a keyhole. From that rift came a whisper, low, hungry. Not language, but sensation, emptiness, rage, and longing fused into sound. Moira stepped toward it, arms raised. He was cast out by the Founders, sealed beyond reach, but he was never destroyed. The first mirror held him. I held him. Now he shall return. Elsie's heart dropped. You're not just trying to reveal the past, you're trying to revive it. I am returning what was taken, Moira said, her voice thunderous now. Magic in its truest form. magic unshackled by fear and foolish rules. Elsie raised her wand. "Then I'll stop you." "You cannot," Moira said. "You are the one who opened the way." But Elsie was not listening. She turned to Nora. "The runes. If we disrupt them, can we shut it?" Nora nodded, still pale but steady. "If we cross the lines, break the sigils? Maybe." Together they rushed forward, dodging the lashing tendrils of wind that whipped out from the mirror's heart. Elsie slashed at one rune with her wand, carving a deep mark through it. The light there flickered. Nora kicked over a stone inscribed with another symbol. A howl rang through the clearing. Moira's face twisted. "Stop. You don't understand what you're destroying." Elsie turned, her voice fierce. "No, but I understand what we're saving." With a final surge, they broke the third rune. The light collapsed, the mirror shrieked, and the hollow gate shattered inward, the void folding upon itself with a thunderous crack. The runes burned out, the arch dissolved, the clearing fell silent once more, and the stars blinked back into place. Where Moira had stood, there was only a faint scorch upon the grass. Elsie fell to her knees, breathing hard, her hands shaking. Nora sank beside her, silent and wide-eyed. The forest began to calm, the wind eased, but something lingered still, something not quite sealed, not quite gone. Elsie looked at the place where the mirror had stood and whispered, "What have we started?" They returned to the castle just before dawn, silent save for the rustle of leaves clinging to their robes and the soft crunch of frost underfoot. The forbidden forest stood behind them, gray and unmoving, but Elsie could feel it still watching, as if the trees themselves bore witness to what had transpired. The night had not erased the scars they carried back with them, nor the questions that now followed like invisible shadows. Back within the walls of Hogwarts, everything appeared as it had the day before. The same banners fluttering high above the great hall, the same clusters of students murmuring over breakfast, the same long corridors echoing with distant footfalls. But to Elsie, the world now felt tilted, off balance, as though she had walked through a mirror and returned to find the reflection imperfect. She and Nora said little as they separated, each vanishing into the wash of ordinary life. Lessons passed in a haze. Elsie could scarcely recall what was taught in Transfiguration, or whether she had eaten at all that day. When Professor McGonagall called on her during History of Magic, and she failed to answer, even Professor Binns raised a ghostly brow in mild concern. It wasn't until evening fell that the unease began to sharpen. The first sign came from the portraits. Elsie noticed it as she passed a frame depicting a sleepy wizard in moss-stained robes who normally snored softly behind a puff of pipe smoke. Tonight, the wizard was awake, staring not at her, but at the corridor beyond, his brows drawn low over his eyes. He said nothing, but when she turned to glance back at him, he swiftly pretended to be asleep. The next came in the common room. Elsie sat curled in a corner chair near the fireplace, a book open on her lap, but her eyes unmoving on the page. A cold draft stirred her hair, and she glanced up to find that the flames had dimmed, as if a sudden breath had passed over them. Across the room, a third-year Hufflepuff stood near the window, looking out into the dark. He wasn't blinking. He wasn't moving. When she called his name, he didn't respond. Then, without turning, he whispered, "It's coming." Elsie stood at once, heart thudding. "What did you say?" Silently, but he blinked, startled, and turned to her with confusion. "Sorry? Did you say something?" She said nothing more, but her fingers curled tightly around the edge of her sleeve as she returned to her dormitory. That night, sleep did not come. The dreams had returned. She stood once more in the forest, but this time the trees bled light, and the stars overhead were gone, replaced by swirling shadows. The mirror stood whole again, tall and unbroken, its surface gleaming like water in moonlight. And within it, something watched her. A face she could not see, a presence vast and ancient. "You gave the second truth," it said in a voice like wind against stone. "The third was never meant to be spoken." Elsie awoke with a gasp, her sheets twisted, her chest tight with fear. She stumbled from bed and made her way down to the common room, where she found Nora waiting, pale and grim. "You saw it too," Nora said. It was not a question. Elsie nodded. "Something's not right. We closed the hollow gate. We broke the runes, but it wasn't enough." Nora leaned forward, her hands trembling slightly in her lap. Moira was the key, but she wasn't the gatekeeper. There's something else, something still waiting. "There were 3 gates," Elsie murmured, recalling the words spoken in the forest. "One opened, the others stir." They both fell silent. The fire cracked in the hearth, the only sound in the quiet room. When morning came, they went to Professor McGonagall. It was a risk, perhaps a foolish one, but they could no longer carry the weight alone. They waited outside her office until the bell rang and the halls emptied, then entered when her voice called them in. The headmistress sat behind her desk, spectacles perched on the bridge of her nose, parchment neatly stacked before her. She looked at them both, and though her expression was as stern as ever, her eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. "Miss Greaves? Miss Bellamy? To what do I owe the pleasure?" They told her everything, from the first discovery of the mirror to the night in the forest. They spoke of Moira, of the spell, of the hollow gate and the runes, of the truths they had given and the figure who had emerged. They left nothing out, not even the dreams. McGonagall listened in silence, her hands folded, her face unreadable. When they finished, she sat back slowly, her eyes distant. "There are tales," she said at last, her voice low, "that the founders of this school once sought to seal away not only dark magic, but ancient knowledge, powers from the age before wands, before spellbooks. Some say it was Salazar Slytherin who first discovered it. Others claim Rowena Ravenclaw foresaw its danger and worked with the others to bury it deep. But the truth was lost, or buried so well that even time forgot. Moira found it," Elsie said, "or part of it." "Moira Fairborn was expelled," McGonagall said carefully, "for attempting to summon knowledge forbidden even in the deepest chambers of the Ministry. But until now, we believed her work had been destroyed. If what you say is true, her legacy may still linger, and that is troubling." Nora glanced at Elsie. "Can it be stopped?" "Perhaps," McGonagall replied, standing and moving to the tall window that looked out over the grounds. "But I fear the gate you closed was only the first. If the others awaken, if the hologate was but a fragment of something greater." She turned back to them, her expression grim. "Then we are standing at the edge of a tide not yet turned." She stepped closer, her eyes sharp now with purpose. "Miss Greaves, Miss Bellamy, you've crossed a threshold most never glimpse. What lies ahead may ask more of you than you're ready to give. But if you are willing, I will help you prepare." Elsie looked at Nora, whose eyes were wide but steady. She turned back to the headmistress and nodded. "We're ready, and somewhere far beneath the castle, in stone halls untouched by torchlight, the second gate stirred. It began with whispers, not the sort that passed between students in dim corridors, nor the mutterings of paintings exchanging ancient gossip, but deeper, older whispers that stirred the very dust of the castle. At first, Elsie thought she imagined them, the flickers of sound brushing against her ear like gossamer threads. Yet day by day, the voices grew more persistent. Words came half-formed, in languages that sounded like spells gone wrong, or like names long buried. They echoed faintly through her books when she read late at night, and pulsed from the stone floor beneath her feet when she crossed certain thresholds. Nora heard them too, though she would not always admit it. Professor McGonagall kept her word. Under the guise of advanced magical tutelage, she instructed the girls in defensive enchantments far beyond their year. She taught them the subtle art of protective warding and how to bind loose magic before it could take root. Sometimes she summoned portraits of former headmasters who offered their counsel in tight-lipped tones, eyes shadowed by unease. Most had little to say of the Hologate. Even Phineas Nigellus Black, who had once served during one of the most turbulent decades in wizarding history, claimed to know only that it was better left unopened. Yet even in their reluctance, the portraits revealed something crucial. The Hologate had always been tied to the school itself. Not an external evil, but a secret born within Hogwarts' own walls. "Magic has memory," McGonagall said to them one night, her tone measured and grim. "Hogwarts remembers everything, even what we try to forget." Meanwhile, the castle was changing. In the second week after the mirror's destruction, strange phenomena began to ripple through its oldest wings. Suits of armor rearranged themselves without cause. Staircases refused to connect to certain floors, and classrooms shifted their positions overnight. Peeves, who normally delighted in such chaos, grew eerily quiet, gliding through the air with wary eyes and speaking only in riddles. "Walls whisper now," he said to Elsie once as she passed him by the trophy room. "Not like they used to. Something's stirring underneath. Hush, hush, and tip-to-ee, or you'll hear the bones sing." Even the ghosts grew restless. The Grey Lady would not linger in her usual corridor, and Nearly Headless Nick had taken to following students at a distance, warning them away from certain stairwells with trembling gestures. Professor Binns became increasingly distracted, pausing during lectures as if listening to something no one else could hear, then continuing without explanation. One evening, while studying in the library, Nora found a book that had not been there the day before. It had no title and no catalog number, its binding stiff with age and its cover etched with the same symbol that had once adorned the Hologate mirror. 3 interlocked triangles, each enclosing an eye, Within were diagrams and notes in looping script, some half-faded and others freshly inscribed, as if the book were still being written. At the heart of its final chapter was a passage that chilled them both. When the hollow gate is opened, the second seal will break. That which was bound beneath the vault of air shall awaken. It will come not with fire nor with fang, but with silence, for it speaks through the forgotten. Seek the place where voices are hushed and breath cannot echo. There the second gate waits. The vault of air. It meant nothing at first, but Professor McGonagall recognized the name. She led them down past the kitchens, past the Hufflepuff common room, past the cellars, and down a stairwell even older than the foundations above. At its base was a door they had never seen before, iron-bound, cold to the touch, with no keyhole or handle. "This was sealed long before my time," McGonagall said. "Even the Founder's diaries speak of it only in riddles. But I believe this is where your path leads next." Elsie stepped forward, the symbol from the book burning behind her eyes. "How do we open it?" "The truth," McGonagall said softly. "As with the first gate, but this time, I fear, it will not be yours alone." That night, Elsie dreamt of falling, down through empty air, through endless darkness, through layers of memory not her own. She saw a face, not Moira's, but older still, with silver eyes and runes etched into the skin like scars. She heard the whisper of ancient words, each one digging into her like needles. When she woke, she had scratched the symbol into her bedsheets without realizing it. The threads frayed beneath her fingertips. The next day they returned to the door. Nora stood with her, wand clenched tight, lips pale. Professor McGonagall remained a few steps behind, silent and watchful. Elsie raised her hand. The door responded to her touch. No explosion, no flash of light, only a deep, low breath, as though the castle itself had exhaled. The door swung inward. Beyond lay a room of stone and shadow, vast and circular, with no ceiling and no visible walls. The floor was a platform suspended over nothing, carved with the same interlocked symbol. At its center hovered a mirror, not a gate, but a lens, showing no reflection, only shifting memories from lives not lived. Voices rose from it, murmuring forgotten names and half-spoken truths. Elsie stepped forward. As she did, the air grew thick, and the platform beneath her trembled. A second voice rose, not Moira's, not the forest's, but one that echoed from the mirror itself. "You opened the first, you summoned the second. What you awaken next will not be so kind." The platform began to crack. The room shook, and from the lens of forgotten memory, a shape emerged. Neither ghost nor shadow, but something in between, formed from silence and the weight of untold truths. The second gate had opened. The silence that followed was not empty. It was full, bloated and trembling with invisible weight like the stillness before a storm. The shape that rose from the mirror shimmered with the hue of ancient starlight, its edges uncertain, its form shifting with each blink of the eye. Elsie stood frozen at the center of the platform, her breath caught tight in her chest, as if the very air had thickened into glass. Nora, just behind her, gripped her wand with both hands, her knuckles white and her face pale. The creature, if it could be called that, was not like Moira, nor like any ghost they had seen before. It had no eyes, yet it watched. No mouth, yet it spoke. The sound of its voice neither loud nor soft, but something that passed through the bones. You come with open heart and broken truth. The gate is answered. The hollow stirs. The platform trembled beneath them, thin cracks spreading from the base of the mirror in every direction like frost across glass. The shape began to glide forward, not walking but drifting, trailing motes of light behind it that vanished the instant they left its wake. Elsie took a step back and raised her wand, but the shape did not flinch, did not waver. It simply was, and in that existence it carried a weight heavier than centuries. "We didn't mean to open it," she said, her voice shaking. "We didn't understand what we were doing." The figure paused, its form pulsing once like the breath of a giant beast. Truth awakens truth. It matters not the will, only the weight. The second gate is memory. Memory given form becomes power. Forgotten things do not sleep forever. Behind them, Professor McGonagall stepped forward at last. Her robes swirled as she crossed the edge of the circle, her wand drawn, her face a mask of steel. "Enough," she said, and her voice rang through the hollow air like a bell. "You will not take these children. This place is under my protection." The shape turned to her, and for a heartbeat Elsie feared it would strike. But instead it lowered itself slightly, a gesture that might have been deference or acknowledgement. Not to take, to reveal. The vault of air is a wound, and you are the stitch. McGonagall did not lower her wand. "What do you mean?" But the shape gave no answer. It drifted to the edge of the platform and vanished into the mirror's glass, which shimmered once more before settling into stillness. The cracking platform held fast, the tremor fading, but the air remained heavy. Then, as though a switch had been thrown, the door behind them slammed shut. The runes along the edge of the room flared, and Elsie turned in alarm, but McGonagall reached out, placing a firm hand on her shoulder. "It's not attacking," the headmistress said. "It's awakening." They stood in silence, the three of them staring at the mirror. Then a new voice, soft and very human, spoke from the mirror's edge. "It begins with forgetting." The words were not spectral. They belonged to Moira. The glass shimmered again, but this time not with light or shadow, with memory. A scene bloomed in the mirror. A young girl, not Elsie but Moira, standing in this very chamber, surrounded by 4 older witches and wizards. One held a wand aloft. Another gripped a book bound in red leather. Moira's face was tear-streaked, her hands clenched. "He is too young," said the woman with the book. "She is the only one who can hold it," said the wizard. "We sealed the first gate with a lie. This one requires a sacrifice of truth." Moira turned to them all and whispered, "I remember. I will never forget." The scene faded, and Elsie stepped forward. What did she mean? McGonagall's face was drawn. She gave herself willingly to the hollow, became its prison. That is the truth she gave. A memory so painful it rooted her to the mirror itself. She was the second seal, as the founders intended. But she was freed, Nora said. She's out now. Yes, McGonagall murmured, and with her freedom, the memory is loose. Another pulse trembled through the room, and now the runes along the wall dimmed to a dull red. The seal is failing, McGonagall said, and the third gate will be next. Elsie turned to her. Where is it? The headmistress met her gaze. I don't know, but I know who will. The next day, the three of them traveled by Floo powder to the Department of Mysteries. There, deep within the Ministry, past the spinning time room and the silent hall of prophecy, they met an unspeakable named Thalius Crane, who had eyes like thunderclouds and robes that whispered when he moved. He did not flinch when told of the Hollow Gate. He simply nodded. It was bound in 3, he said. Mind, memory, will. You have opened memory. The last will be the vault of will. Where is it? Elsie asked. Thalius looked at her for a long moment, then replied, Not where. Who? The last gate does not lie in a place, but in a person. Someone who carries the hollow not as a curse, but as a legacy. Someone chosen, whether they knew it or not. Elsie felt the chill return, crawling down her spine. Nora stepped forward. You mean Elsie? Thalius nodded. She carries the mark. She gave the second truth. She shattered the mirror. She is the third key. McGonagall drew a breath. Can it be stopped? Dalius's face was unreadable. Not stopped, but shaped. What comes next depends on her. The gate will open. The only question is, what will she let through? And so they returned to Hogwarts, the road before them growing shorter by the hour. Elsie sat alone beneath the great oak by the lake that evening, watching the stars shimmer on the surface of the water, her thoughts spinning like the surface of the mirror now buried deep below. She was the third gate, and she had no idea what waited behind her. The castle had grown too quiet, not with the hush of sleep or the peace of snowfall, but with the kind of silence that breathes through hollow corridors before something old stirs in its depths. Even the paintings had gone still. The fat lady refused to sing. The Slytherin dungeon portraits had turned their backs to the room, and the suits of armor, once content to groan and clank from time to time, now stood with visors lowered and lances gripped, as if bracing for a siege. Somewhere beneath it all, something had begun to pulse. A low, rhythmic thrum like a second heartbeat beneath the floor. Elsie Greaves felt it even in her bones. She had not slept since their return from the Department of Mysteries. The revelation still clung to her like fog. She was the third gate. Not a place, not a door, but a person. Her. It made no sense, and yet it explained everything. Why the mirror had responded to her. Why the Hollow Gate had only opened with her presence. Why the second seal had cracked the moment she had spoken her deepest fear. It wasn't just Moira who had carried a burden of ancient magic. Elsie had been born into it, unknowingly woven into a tapestry that had been hidden for centuries. She wandered the castle like a shadow that week, Nora always close behind. Professor McGonagall watched her carefully, though she no longer offered guidance. Whatever came next, it would come through Elsie, and no spell or protection charm could deflect what was already inside her. The headmistress spent long hours in the headmaster's study now, consulting ancient records and long-dead advisors in their portrait frames, but even they seemed reluctant to speak of the vault of will. When it happened quietly. It was the eve of the winter solstice, and the sky had turned a glassy shade of indigo. Snow drifted gently through the towers, and the halls were dimly lit by flickering torches that crackled more faintly than usual. Elsie was in the library, sitting in a corner once reserved for dusty books on magical law, when the pages of her open journal turned on their own. Not from the wind, but from within, a symbol appeared on the parchment. 3 triangles within a circle, the mark of the hollow gate, and beneath it, a line of ink formed slowly, as though being written by an invisible hand. Come to the place where you were first seen. She stood without thinking. Nora met her at the stairs. Neither of them spoke. They both knew where the message led, down through the dungeons, past the tapestry of the twin griffins, down the narrow passageway lit only by memories and instinct. They returned at last to the place where Elsie had found the mirror, the dusty, forgotten corridor behind the old green curtain. But the mirror was gone now. In its place stood only the bare wall, or so it seemed. When she touched the stone, it gave way. The wall dissolved into mist, and before them opened a staircase that spiraled downward, deep and steep, into the dark. They descended. The air grew warmer, then colder, then warm again. The scent of old magic hung heavy here, charcoal, silver, and ashwood. The light from their wands barely pushed back the dark, yet they kept walking until the stairs ended in a chamber of white stone. It was circular, carved into the rock as though by wind, and at its center rose a single pedestal. Upon it rested a mirror, not cracked, not ancient, but smooth and new, and in it, Elsie saw not her reflection, but her choices. She saw herself at age 8, hiding under her covers with a book of fairy tales because her parents had forgotten to tuck her in. She saw the moment her Hogwarts letter arrived and the wonder in her eyes as she whispered the word magic for the first time. She saw herself finding the mirror, touching it, hearing Moira's voice, and she saw herself standing here now, trembling. The mirror shifted. From it, Moira stepped, not ghostly, but alive, wearing the indigo robes, her braids silvered, and her eyes sorrowful. "You must choose," she said. "Choose what?" Elsie asked. "The hollow gate was never meant to imprison only darkness," Moira said softly. "It was a container for power, for potential, a forge of the will. The first founder tried to destroy what they could not control. The others tried to bury it. But magic cannot be buried forever. It finds a way." "I don't want that power," Elsie said. "I only wanted to help." "But you carry it," Moira replied. "You are the third gate. Will born from choice. You can seal it forever, or you can open it fully. Let what was hidden be made known again. Let the magic rise." The chamber trembled faintly. The mirror pulsed. Nora stepped forward. "If she opens it, what happens to the rest of us?" Moira looked at her. "The world changes." Silence followed. Elsie stood with her hand on the edge of the pedestal, her heart pounding, her thoughts roaring. She could feel the magic now, not outside, but within, a storm waiting behind her ribs. And she understood finally what the vault of will meant. It was not a vault at all. It was a door made of choices. She closed her eyes, and she chose. "I will not open it," she said. "The world may need change, but not by force, not by old secrets. I choose to let it rest." The mirror flared gold. Moira's form dissolved into light, and the room began to fall away. Stone turned to mist, the pedestal crumbled, and Elsie felt herself lifted as though the castle itself embraced her. Accepting the choice made, the magic turned aside. When she opened her eyes, she was in the corridor again. Nora beside her, the wall solid behind them. No sign of the mirror remained. Only quiet, only peace. In the days that followed, the castle calmed. The strange whispers faded. The paintings resumed their chatter. The suits of armor stood still once more. Even the ghosts, though watchful, no longer lingered in worry. Professor McGonagall called her to the office and said only, "You did what most cannot. You chose restraint over power. That is a kind of magic few understand." And so, winter deepened. The snow fell. Christmas came. And Elsie Greaves, first-year witch, slept beneath the stars painted across the Hufflepuff dormitory ceiling. Her breath steady, her dreams no longer haunted by mirrors. But far beneath Hogwarts, where stone meets silence and the air forgets to stir, the hollow gate slept, waiting and listening.